Please rise for the invocation by Pastor Kyle McDaniel, Capital Commission State Minister, Frankfort, Kentucky, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Our Father, thank you for your love and mercy. We have finally arrived at the final day of the 2026 General Assembly. Today is the culmination of countless hours of hard work, research, debate, and consideration. Today, final bills will be considered and the future of our great state will be decided on a range of issues. Lord, I ask that you would give each elected leader assembled here today the wisdom, discernment, and insight necessary to choose what is best for our communities and our shared commonwealth. No doubt some may leave here frustrated while others encouraged, but let all of us leave here knowing we have been faithful to our calling with a clear conscience unseared. As we begin this final day, we are aware that for some, this is not only the last day of session, this may be the final day of serving in this capacity. Encourage them. Let them know that the work they have done is pleasing in your sight and you are not done with them. These public servants will continue to work to improve the lives of others, and for that I am thankful. Thank you for entrusting these leaders with public service. Bless their work, bless their families, bless their marriages, bless their lives, and bless the great state of Kentucky. We seek above all things for your kingdom to come and your will to be done on earth as it is in heaven. In the name of your glorious Son we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. Members will indicate their presence on the roll call machine. Clerk will take the roll. There being 99 members present, a quorum was declared and the House is now open in session and ready to proceed. The next order of business is the excuse of absent members. Gentleman from Taylor.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that the absent members be excused in accordance with the House rules.
Without objection, gentleman from Taylor.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules for the purpose of allowing members to co-sponsor bills and resolutions or to submit vote modifications and have filed the proper papers with the clerk to do so.
Without objection, so ordered. The next order of business is approval of the journal. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that the journal from Tuesday, April 14, 2026 be approved.
Without objection, the journal from Tuesday, April 14, 2026 is approved. Next order of business is the second reading of bills, there being no need. Next order of business. Next order of business is report of committees, there being no need. Next order of business is the orders of the day. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Rule 51 be suspended to allow action on bills other than veto overrides.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move the rules be suspended to allow citations and resolutions to be considered during the orders of the day.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 197 be taken from its place in the orders of the day and recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations and Revenue.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bills 324 and Senate Bill 261 be taken from the Committee on Committees and referred to the Committee on Economic Development and Workforce Investment.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Bill 311 be taken from the Committee on Rules and placed in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 98, Senate Bill 129, Senate Concurrent Resolution 66, and Senate Joint Resolution 74 be taken from the Committee on Rules, placed in the orders of the day for action today.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Concurrent Resolution 137 be taken from the Committee on Committees and placed in the orders of the day.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk report House Concurrent Resolution 137?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Concurrent Resolution 137, a concurrent resolution adjourning the 2026 regular session of the General Assembly, sine die. Representative Rudy.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, this is the normal sine die resolution that says that today is the last day that we will be following the Constitution, and today will be the last day that the House will convene during regular session. Mr. Speaker, I move passage of House Concurrent Resolution 137.
Motion made for the passage of House Concurrent Resolution 137. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. House Concurrent Resolution 137 is adopted. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Bill 311, with Senate amendments attached thereto, be taken from its place in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence.
Motion made that House Bill 311 be taken from its place in the orders of the day with Senate amendments attached thereto for concurrence or non-concurrence. Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Bill 311, an act relating to railroad crossings. Representative Callaway.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk report the Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Bill 311?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Bill 311.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amended this bill sponsored by the gentleman from Breckenridge to make consistent throughout the bill on the same distances away from the rails. It is agreed to by the parties. And Mr. Speaker, I move the House does concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Bill 311.
Motion made that the House does concur to Senate Committee Substitute 1. Is there any discussion? Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 38.
Will the gentleman yield to a question?
He will yield.
Gentlemen, were there any provisions added in the Senate about impoundment of vehicles for up to 6 months, or was that maybe not added?
Gentleman from McCracken.
That was not added.
Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you.
Question for the body is that the House does concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. The House does concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage of House Bill 311 as amended in the Senate and concurred in the House.
Motion made for final passage of House Bill 311 as amended in the Senate, concurred in by the House. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. Now proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by voting yea on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay. And the roll call machine is open for your voting. Have all members voted? Would any member like to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. There being 98 members voting yea, no members voting nay, House Bill 311, as amended in the Senate, concurred in by the House, is finally passed. Gentleman from McCracken.
Move the clincher.
Without objection, the clincher is applied. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk report House Citation 119?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
Citation 119, Representative Osborne. Citation of appreciation. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky hereby recognizes and honors Kentucky State Representative Ashley Tackett Laferty.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the lady from Jefferson 40 for action on the citation.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 40.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen. Colleagues, it's my privilege today to honor our friend and colleague, the lady from Floyd, who has dedicated her career to serving the people of Eastern Kentucky. The lady from Floyd and I were both sworn in the same year in 2019, and every day since, during session and after session, I have seen the way that she's represented the 95th District with such a deep understanding of her community. That's why she holds a unique distinction in this body as the last Democrat representing Eastern Kentucky. The lady from Floyd represents the very best of Kentucky, homegrown leadership shaped by the people that she serves. Aside from being a legislator, the lady from Floyd has built a successful and respected career as an attorney, and she was recognized as a top 40 Kentucky attorney under 40. More importantly, she is a proud wife to Chuck and an even prouder mother to Owen, Colton, and Reagan. I have seen her dedication to family and community firsthand, never missing a single ball game and making that long drive to and from Frankfort every day during session over her 4 terms in office, even with gas prices being what they are. Now, we meet a lot of people. I know we all meet a lot of people in this chamber in the course of serving in this role. And there's always a few people that stand out as an example of how we should serve and how we should treat each other. The lady from Floyd is one such example for me. From day one, she has been a model of grace, dignity, humility, and kindness. We've had many conversations over the years about legislation, about Frankfort and all that it entails, about how to best serve our communities and life in general, how to try and balance all of it. And she's been a sounding board for tough issues that we have found impact West Louisville just as much as it does Eastern Kentucky. Despite almost completely different backgrounds and experiences, we've found that we aren't all that much different in our goals and know that the best interests of our districts should always be the North Star. In the years that I have served with her, her focus has been clear and unwavering: to take care of the people back home. She has always been a strong supporter of our first responders and has worked hard to fix the economic and workforce issues her district faces. Now, she's rarely the loudest voice in the room, but she is the fiercest fighter for her people. Her deep faith and commitment to her family and community inform everything that she does. I know that she will continue to bring that same steadfast dedication, honesty, and integrity to any role that she takes on next, which is why we're thankful that her service doesn't end here. She's continuing her commitment to justice by pursuing the position of District Court Judge in Kentucky's 31st Judicial Circuit. That transition reflects a lifelong dedication to the rule of law and to public service. I've been privileged to work with her over these years, and I'm proud to call her my friend. I know all of us here wish her the very best in the next chapter of her service in the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to yield to the gentleman from Jessamine.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jessamine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't let this second go by without saying it, just a couple words about my friend. When I first started here, I sat over on the other side of the room, and my first day here, I sat beside my seatmate. And we spent time there. We talked quite a bit about bills. Of course, we all had a mask on at that time, but we talked a lot about life, talked a lot about different things. I moved over here, and so did she. And so out of my time here, she has been my seatmate for almost the entire time. So I want to say she is a model citizen. She is someone that is completely independent, someone that sometimes votes one way, sometimes votes with the other side, and I appreciate that. She is a voice for her people. She truly does represent her district. So I thank you for your friendship. I thank you for being the best seatmate, and I, for one, I will miss you. Good luck to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Without objection, citation is adopted. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 133 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion made second that Senate Bill 133 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon the floor for its passage. Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 133, an act relating to the fiscal reporting of local entities. Senator Nunn.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Christian 8 for explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Christian for an explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 133 is a bill that brings common sense reform, flexibility, and efficiency to how our local government entities report their finances. This bill's purpose is to modernize outdated thresholds and reporting requirements for special purpose governmental entities across the Commonwealth. Currently, many of these entities, some quite small, are subject to costly audit requirements that constrain limited local resources. SB 133 responsibly raises those financial thresholds, ensuring that the level of oversight matches the size and complexity of the entity. Just as importantly, this bill introduces a practical alternative, agreed upon procedures engagements. Under SB 133, qualifying entities with strong financial track records can opt for a more targeted, cost-efficient review process while still maintaining transparency and accountability. These procedures will still verify critical financial elements like cash balances, expenditures, debt, and compliance with state law. Let me be clear, this is not about reducing oversight. In fact, the bill preserves strong safeguards. Entities must meet strict eligibility requirements. The Department for Local Government retains the authority to reject participation, and the Auditor of Public Accounts continues to oversee standards and intervene when necessary. The bill recognizes that the one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work. It empowers well-managed local entities, reduces unnecessary administrative costs, and allows taxpayer dollars to be spent more efficiently while maintaining public trust. Colleagues, SB 133 is a thoughtful balance between accountability and flexibility. It supports our local governments, respects taxpayers, and strengthens financial transparency in a smarter, more efficient way. If there are no questions, I yield to the gentleman from Marshall for a friendly floor amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Floor Amendment 3 is a friendly amendment that simply allows our county governments to, there's a clerk storage fee that this would allow them to do the reporting that is due on July the 1st. It would move that reporting date to August the 1st if they so choose. And that's really all that it does. It's a clerk storage fee. It's a reporting date. And that would just move that from July 1st to August 1st for counties if they so choose. So that's really all that the amendment does. And if move for adoption.
Can you have that reported, gentlemen?
I'll need to report that. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Floor Amendment 3 to Senate Bill 133.
Gentleman from Marshall.
Move for adoption.
Motion made for the adoption of House Floor Amendment 3. Is there any discussion? Lady from Jefferson 41, would you like to speak on the amendment or the? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. House Floor Amendment 3 is adopted. Gentleman from Marshall.
I want to yield back to the gentleman from Christian 8.
Gentleman from Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there are no questions, but it sounds like there is one in the queue, then I move for passage of SB 133 as adopted by House Floor Amendment 3.
Motion made for the passage of Senate Bill 133 as amended by House Floor Amendment 3. Is there any discussion? The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 41.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a question or two about the bill.
Here with you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, where'd he go?
I'm over here.
Okay. So this would apply to your counties across the state, your small governments, your small cities. In Louisville, we have 80-something, so this would apply to all of those entities. Is that correct?
Gentleman from Christian.
That is correct, ma'am. We have a lot of these smaller groups, 911 boards, EMS boards, are meeting thresholds just because of the fact of inflation. Everything's going a lot higher and it's costly. And this is burdening some of the smaller boards by having to have these audits. Plus, it's hard to find someone to do the audits.
Lady from Jefferson.
I have one more question.
Here with you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question, maybe you can clarify this. I have a friend that's on a city commission on a small city in Louisville. And it's amazing how much money this small city has. And it's 300, 400,000. So I guess they would be exempt on this, number one. Number two, it kind of, not terrifies me, bothers me that these small cities all across Louisville and all across the state are sitting on these hundreds of thousands of dollars, and this is going to maybe up the amount they can have, because we've had so much graft and corruption reported in the Louisville area not just on these small cities, not on these, but in Indiana, I don't know, you probably followed that with one of the sheriff's wives getting Botox and buying all these vacation homes and whatever with taxpayer dollars. So the concern I have is this is going to up that amount and possibly let folks be tempted to use that money for their own gain. Should I be worried about that?
Gentleman from Christian.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't sure where the question was yet, but
I'm sorry.
Should
I ask the question?
Lady from Jefferson, go ahead.
Oh, so the amount is going to go up to, it looks like 500,000, more than 500,000 of annual receipts. Some of them may not reach that. So is that the correct amount that's going to go up that much from currently what it is?
Gentleman from Christian.
Yes, ma'am. None of these thresholds have ever been revisited for almost 20 years. And obviously the cost of everything is going up. So yes, the smallest expenditure rate would be less than 500,000. So they will still be audited even if they spend less than that. It it does move it up. It also rewards you for having clean audits. So if an entity has a couple clean audits in a row, they can actually file and do something a little different and avoid the cost of audit. This is something that we've worked with Auditor Ball for quite a while for the last couple of years, and this is what we came up with.
Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen.
Question for the body is on passage of Senate Bill 133 as amended by House Floor Amendment 3. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. Now proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by voting yea on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay. And the roll call machine is open for your voting. Have all members voted? Would any member like to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. There being 97 members voting yea, no members voting nay, Senate Bill 133 as amended by House Floor Amendment 3 is passed. Gentleman from Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for clencher.
Do you need the title amendment?
I do not, sir.
All right. Without objection, the clencher is applied. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 70 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, placed upon its passage.
Motion made, seconded, that Senate Bill 70 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon the floor for its passage. Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 70, an act relating to the Public Pension Oversight Board. Senator Higdon.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Menifee for explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Menifee for an explanation of the bill and a motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief on this Senate Bill 70 this morning. What Senate Bill 70 does is very simple. It actually makes a few appointment adjustments to the Public Pension Oversight Board. What it does, it adds the chair or the vice chair of the Senate, state, and local government and makes them a voting member. It also adds the chair or the vice chair of the House Standing Committee on State Government and also makes them, that individual, a voting member. And so it actually adds two new members to that board as voting participants, and it also adds the Kentucky State Treasurer or either their designee to that board as well. So these changes are fairly simple, and it just strengthens, I think, the oversight board, the Public Pension Oversight Board. And that's basically what Senate Bill 70 does. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Move for final passage.
I move for final passage. I'm sorry.
Motion made for the final passage of Senate Bill 70. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. Now proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by voting yea on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay. And the roll call machine is open for your voting. Have all members voted? Would any member like to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. There being 97 members voting yea, one lonely member voting nay, Senate Bill 70 is finally passed. Gentleman from Menifee.
Mr. Speaker, this new member asked for the clincher.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Concurrent Resolution 66 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion made and seconded. Senate Concurrent Resolution 66 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon the floor for its passage. Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 66, a concurrent resolution urging the University of Kentucky and the University of Louisville to explore opportunities to participate in federal nuclear-related programs and to expand their curricula to offer courses and degree paths to train and the workforce that will construct and operate the next generation of nuclear energy facilities. Senator West.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from McCracken 3 for explanation of the resolution and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from McCracken 3 for an explanation of the bill and a motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak on the resolution.
You may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today to present Senate Concurrent Resolution 66. This is a resolution of the Kentucky General Assembly urging the University of Kentucky and the University of Louisville to take a leading role in developing the Commonwealth's nuclear energy workforce and research capacity. What many of you might not know that Kentucky is highly positioned in the nuclear energy field. We've started the NETA program. We lifted the moratorium back in 17, and currently the only schools that are advancing in this in Kentucky is the KCTCS system. And this is a resolution that encourages UK and U of L to participate in this. They currently have nuclear medicine that they're working with. If you're familiar with the Markey Cancer Center at UK and the Brown Cancer Center at U of L, use radioisotopes in radiopharmaceutical therapy, and they're conducting continual trials each and every year. But the biggest thing is this will offer the University of Louisville and UK opportunities to be a part of the NEAP program, and there'll be federal granting available to continue to offer courses in nuclear workforce development, and that's very vital to the growth of what we've done. Kentucky's always been a leader in the energy field, and we want to continue that as we move forward, and nuclear is a vital part of the baseload opportunities that will be available. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution 66.
Motion made for the adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution 66. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. Now proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by voting yea on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay. And the roll call machine is open for your voting. Have all members voted? Would any member like to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. There being 95 members voting yea, that same one member voting nay. Senate Concurrent Resolution 66 is adopted.
Move for clincher.
Without objection, the clincher is applied. Gentleman from McCracken.
House stand at ease.
House stand at ease. Gentleman from McCracken.
Let me find it here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 214 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion made second that Senate Bill 214 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon the floor for its passage. Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 214, an act relating to the Department of Agriculture and declaring an emergency. Senator Hale.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Christian 8 for explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Christian 8 for an explanation of the bill and a motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is about something simple but incredibly important, giving Kentucky's Department of Agriculture the flexibility it needs to better serve our farmers and rural communities. Right now, the department faces unnecessary limitations that prevent it from accessing resources that are readily available and could have meaningful impact across the Commonwealth. Senate Bill 214 fixes that. It clarifies and expands the department's authority to accept federal and non-federal funds, including private grants, donations, and other funding sources. Just as importantly, it ensures those funds can be properly distributed and managed in accordance with state and federal law. This is not about growing government, it's about making government work more efficiently. We're not creating new programs or spending taxpayer dollars. Instead, we're removing barriers so that existing opportunities can be used to support Kentucky agriculture. And let's be clear, agriculture is the backbone of this state. When our farmers succeed, our economy grows, our communities thrive, and our food systems remain strong and secure. Turning away available funding, especially private funding, makes no sense when those resources could help modernize operations, support innovation, and strengthen rural development. The emergency clause included in this bill reflects the urgency of the situation. There are grants available right now that Kentucky cannot access under current law. Passing this bill ensures we do not miss out on opportunities that could benefit our farmers today, not months or years from now. Colleagues, this is a practical, common sense reform. It increases flexibility, improves efficiency, and supports one of the most vital sectors of our state's economy. Mr. Speaker, he times it perfect there. Mr. Speaker, I'd be glad to answer any questions, but if there are none, I would like to yield to the lady from Jefferson 40 for a friendly floor amendment and a motion to follow.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 40.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen. May I have the clerk please report House Floor Amendment 1?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Floor Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 214.
Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you. Colleagues, House Floor Amendment 1 simply incorporates the entirety of House Bill 195, which would establish the Youth Urban Agricultural Program in Kentucky. It passed out of this House unanimously twice, and that's basically all the floor amendment does. So if there are no questions, I would move for adoption of Floor Amendment 1.
Motion made for the adoption of House Floor Amendment 1. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. House Floor Amendment 1 is adopted. Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you. May I have the clerk please report House Floor Amendment 2, the title amendment?
We will hold off on that one until the end, lady.
Sorry, never mind. I would like to move final passage of Senate Bill 214 as amended by House Floor Amendment 1.
Motion made for final passage of Senate Bill 214 is amended by House Floor Amendment 1. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. Now proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by voting yea on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay. And the roll call machine is open for your voting.
Now.
Have all members voted? Would any member like to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. There being 98 members voting yea, no members voting nay, Senate Bill 214 is amended by House Floor Amendment 1 is passed. Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you. Now may I have the clerk please report House Floor Amendment 2, the title amendment?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Floor Amendment 2, the title amendment to Senate Bill 214.
Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you. Move for clincher. No, move adoption.
Without
of House
objection,
of
so
Amendment
ordered.
2.
Lady from Jefferson.
Move for clincher.
Without objection, so ordered. Clinchers applied. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 312 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time, by title, and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion made and seconded that Senate Bill 312 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon the floor for its passage. Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 312, an act relating to court-ordered transports. Senator Storm.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Carter for explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Carter for an explanation of the bill and a motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 312 fixes a gap that currently exists with KRS 202A involuntary hospitalizations and commitments for persons suffering from mental illness. Currently, law enforcement agencies do not have staffing or manpower to use deputy sheriffs to transport 202A persons suffering from the described mental illness to or from hospitals for mental evaluations. So many agencies must rely upon certified court security officers to transport these individuals. However, currently, certified court security officers shall not go outside the immediate area of the court facility in which he or she is providing security services to make an arrest or to take an individual into custody except when transporting prisoners. Persons subject to 202A inquiries are not prisoners. That is exactly why Senate Bill 312 is vitally important. Senate Bill 312 makes clear that certified court security officers can transport prisoners or other individuals being detained or in custody as ordered by the court. Arresting and taking individuals into custody who are in the court facility or immediate area of the court facility, or while transporting, monitoring, or supervising prisoners or other individuals transported by the court. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the clerk to please report House Floor Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Floor Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 312.
Gentleman from Carter.
House Floor Amendment Number 1 is mostly my DNA bill, as in House Bill 414, with one substantial change. It would apply only to violent felony offenders as described in KRS 439. Move adoption of House Floor Amendment Number 1.
Motion made for the adoption of House Floor Amendment 1. Is there any discussion? Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 41.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a question.
Here we yield.
Thank you, and thank you for that amendment. Well, can you tell me what violent felony offenders that would include?
Gentleman from Carter.
Yes, it would, as I said, that is classified under KRS 439. That would be, for the most part, murder, sexual assaults, burglary, robbery. I think just about anything most people would consider to be a violent offender.
Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer.
Question for the body is on adoption of House Floor Amendment 1. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. House Floor Amendment 1 is adopted. Gentleman from Carter.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I move passage of Senate Bill 312 as amended by House Floor Amendment Number 1.
Motion made for passage of Senate Bill 312 as amended by House Floor Amendment 1. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please sit. Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. All those in favor, please vote aye on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay, and the roll call machine is open for your voting. Have all members voted? Would any member like to change or explain their vote? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Bell 87. Have all members voted? Clerk will take the roll. There being 77 members voting yea, 16 members voting nay. Senate Bill 312 as amended by House Floor Amendment 1 is passed. Gentleman from Carter.
Mr. Speaker, please ask the clerk to report House Floor Amendment Number 2, the title amendment.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Floor Amendment 2, the title amendment to Senate Bill 312.
Gentleman from Carter.
Move adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from Carter.
Move the clincher.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from Crackett.
I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 56 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, placed upon its passage.
Motion made and seconded that Senate Bill 56 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon the floor for its passage. Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 56, an act relating to utilization controls of non-opioid analgesics in the Medicaid program. Senator Neal.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, the lady from Kenton has filed Floor Amendment 1, which has been identified as a piggyback. It contains the entirety of Senate Bill 33, I believe, from the senator from Fayette. We are just combining these bills, but it will require a suspension of rules as it has been identified as a piggyback. Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that the rules be suspended for consideration of floor amendment number 1.
Motion made that the rules be suspended to consider House Floor Amendment number 1. It is non-debatable, requires a constitutional majority of 51 votes. Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. All those in favor of suspension of the rules, please vote yeah on the roll call machine. And the roll call machine is open for your voting. Have all members voted? Clerk will take the roll. There being 79 members voting yea, the rules are suspended to consider House Floor Amendment 1. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the lady from Kenton 64 for explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the lady from Kenton 64 for an explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 56 is simply a bill that would prohibit the Department of Medicaid Services from limiting coverage for non-opioid analgesics in favor of opioid analgesics. It prohibits anything that would restrict or put in place more extensive utilization controls. This is a good bill which will, the fiscal impact was nothing actually. It said there was no increase in cost. In fact, this will probably save the state money. Mr. Speaker, that is Senate Bill 56. Could you ask the clerk to please report House Floor Amendment 1?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Floor Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 56.
Lady from Kenton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 33 is the bill that we just added to Senate Bill 56 for expedience sake, and all this does is requires recovery residences which are approved and certified, have had no disciplinary action, but need to give notice to communities when they join the community. All this does is it provides a safety mechanism for communities to know when recovery residences move into their community. I move adoption.
Motion made for the adoption of House Floor Amendment 1. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. House Floor Amendment 1 is adopted. Lady from Kenton.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I move passage of Senate Bill 56 as amended by House Floor Amendment 1.
Motion made for the passage of Senate Bill 56 as amended by House Floor Amendment 1. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. Now proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by voting yea on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay. And the roll call machine is open for your vote. Have all members voted? Would any member like to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. There being 82 members voting yea, 9 members voting nay, Senate Bill 56 as amended by House Floor Amendment 1 is passed. Lady from Kenton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to have the clerk please report House Floor Amendment to the title.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Floor Amendment 2, the title amendment to Senate Bill 56.
Lady from Kenton.
Move adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. Lady from Kenton.
Move for clencher.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 129 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion made and seconded. Senate Bill 129 be taken from its place in the orders today, read for the third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon the floor for its passage. Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 129, an act relating to unemployment insurance. Senator Nemes.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Bullet 26 for explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bullet 26 for an explanation of the bill and a motion thereon.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 129 passed unanimously out of the Senate and also has the support of the Cabinet. Simply put, it lowers the rate that businesses pay into the Kentucky Unemployment Insurance Program for the maintenance and routine upgrading of their systems, technology systems, that kind of thing. Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I would move passage of Senate Bill 129.
Motion made for final passage of Senate Bill 129. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. All those in favor, please signify by voting yea on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay. And the roll call machine is open for your voting. Have all members voted? Would any member like to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. There being 86 members voting yea, 1 member voting nay, Senate Bill 129 is finally passed. Gentleman from Bullitt.
Move the clencher.
Without objection, clencher is applied. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk report legislative citation 125?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
Citation Citation 125, Representatives Osborne and Representative Rudy. Citation of appreciation. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky hereby recognizes and honors the members of the Legislative Research Commission 2026 intern class.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, there are 10 interns that have served as a vital part, committee staffers, and throughout this session, and this citation honors and recognizes them. From universities and colleges from across the Commonwealth, they have served the legislature and the LRC with honor and been a vital role in the process of helping shaping bills and public policy. There's a long list of names, some of which I will have trouble pronouncing, but I'm going to try my best. Alalise Baird that staffed the Judiciary Committee from Center College. Taylor Bishop, who staffed the Budget Review Committee, who attends Morehead State University. Madison DeVore, State Government and Constituent Services, is enrolled at the University of Louisville. Rachel Hammonds staffed the Education Committees and is a Campbellsville University student. Eleanor Johnson, who has helped in public information, goes to the University of Kentucky. Kennedy Little, who staffs Ag, Natural Resources, and Energy committees. She's at Morehead State University. Martine Nagongo with the Health Services, Family and Children's at the University of Louisville. Kaylee O, who staffs Economic Development, Tourism, Small Business Information, and Technology at the University of Louisville. Tiana Raspberry, Local Government, Banking, and Insurance from NKU. And Marcus Strather, Transportation's Licensed Occupations from Asbury University. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of this citation.
Without objection, citation is adopted. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Joint Resolution 74 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion made, second, the Senate Joint Resolution 74 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon the floor for its passage. Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Joint Resolution 74, a joint resolution directing the Legislative Research Commission and state agencies to collaborate to create a statewide fiscal map of substance use disorder programs and funding sources. Senator Storm.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Jefferson 29, who I failed to warn this resolution was getting ready to be called.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson 29.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kentucky is currently engaged in a historic battle against the opioid crisis. We're investing hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars every year across the cabinets of health, justice, education, and labor. We're operating without a full picture, and currently these funds flow through silos. Agencies track their own data in isolation, making it nearly impossible for this body or the public to see the full landscape. We cannot effectively manage what we cannot see. This resolution changes that. It directs a cross-agency inventory to create, for the first time, a unified fiscal map of all substance use disorder related spending. This isn't just about tracking dollars, it's about strategic alignment. By identifying where resources are flowing, we can see exactly where services are being duplicated and, more importantly, where they are unmet. We are moving from a model of siloed spending to a data-driven, whole-person recovery model. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 74.
Motion made for final passage of Senate Joint Resolution 74. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. All those in favor, please signify by voting yea on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay. And the roll call machine is open for your voting. Have all members voted? Would any member like to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. There being 95 members voting yea, no members voting nay, Senate Joint Resolution 74 is finally passed. Gentleman from Jefferson.
Mr. Speaker, I move the clincher.
Without objection, clincher is applied. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk report House citation number 117? 117.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
Citation 117, Representative Osborne. Citation of appreciation. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky hereby recognizes and honors Kentucky State Representative David Hale.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Oldham for action on the citation.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Oldham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body. I always hate these days because you hear a lot of conversation about how this is a family, and just as we all go through with our family when we see our loved ones go away, it's a sad time. But it's also part of the beauty of this body, is that these seats do not belong to the individuals that sit in them. And that's what makes this body so great, is that it is constantly changing and it is constantly being refreshed. That creates some sad times when we lose our friends, but it is the beauty of keeping this body dynamic. And it is an honor for me today to stand here and thank the gentleman from Menifee for his service. The gentleman from Menifee has worn many titles. Conservation officer, pastor, legislator. And none of those titles will define who he is as a man, except with the possible exception of arm candy for Sheila. But people ask me often what advice I would give to new members. And for those of you that have come and sat in my office on those occasions, I think the one piece of advice that I still hold very close to myself, and I also impart on everybody, is never let anybody tell you what you think of anybody else. Let the people earn your respect or your disrespect, and do that all by yourself. And as a result of that, you will see some of the craziest relationships that will develop in this body, relationships that you wouldn't quite figure in other circumstances. And I can think of no better example than the relationship that I have developed with the gentleman from Menifee over the years, and the friendship that we have developed. After all, let's face it, we've had some not so insignificant disagreements over policy. I have been known to lead a charge for gambling legislation. I've been known to lead a charge for alcohol legislation, both of which the gentleman from Menifee adamantly defends. And throughout it all, he has been the pastor that's prayed for my wretched soul. And I'm pretty sure that oftentimes the gentleman from Menifee thinks of me more, not so much as a colleague, but as a long-term project. But in seriousness, that is the beauty of serving with him. Even though we don't always agree, there's always been mutual respect. There's always been mutual admiration. There's always been a willingness to listen, and always a recognition that we are both trying to do what we believe is best for the people of the Commonwealth. And for me, it's been more than professional respect. It's been personal. Some of my most difficult times, times when I wasn't sure I could walk back in the door, times when I wasn't sure I could rise to one more occasion, I have turned to the gentleman from Menifee, and he's shown up not just as a colleague, but he's shown up as a friend, and he's shown up as a pastor. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if all those prayers are for guidance or if they were for forgiveness for my voting record, but they have been there. And in a place where debates can sometimes get heated, and differences are real in this building, the gentleman has always been a steady leader. He's always been a steady presence, and he's always been someone that I know will tell me the truth and hurt my feelings if they need to be hurt. And that's a rare commodity, to have somebody that you can depend on to give you the 100% honest, unvarnished truth when you need it most. So to the gentleman from Menifee, Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your leadership. And thank you for your friendship. This body is a better place for your service. This Commonwealth is a better place for your service. And I am certainly a better person because of your service. I wish you and Sheila every bit of happiness in your next ventures. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
No objection. Citation is adopted. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk report House citation number 113?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
Citation 113, Representative Osborne. Citation of appreciation. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky hereby recognizes and honors Kentucky State Representative Pamela D. Stevenson.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Campbell, 67.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Campbell, 67.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a remarkable leader, a colleague, and a friend. You know, our minority floor leader here, also known as Duchess and always known as Colonel, the lady from Jefferson 43. Her time and certainly her voice in this chamber has left a mark that will endure far beyond these walls and her time here. And while we gather to say farewell, we do so with pride and not sorrow, because her next chapter is one of even greater service. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the lady from Jefferson 35.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 35.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I want to thank the lady for her friendship. We've shed tears together many times, and appreciate you. The Colonel from Jefferson 43 is an embodiment of public service. In moments of challenge, she never wavers. She rises and brings others with her. I'd like to yield to the lady from Jefferson 44.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 44.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that Rep. Stevenson is the first black female elected leader of any caucus of the General Assembly. But her leadership has never been about titles or recognition. It has been about people, those whose voices are too often unheard. She has fought the fight to ensure that they are seen, valued, heard, and protected. That is the measure of her leadership. Now I yield to the lady from Fayette 93.
Chair recognizes the lady from Fayette 93.
Thank you. As a colonel, the lady from Jefferson 43 has brought courage and honor to her service, and those qualities have guided her every step in this chamber. She has led with both authority and compassion, and she has been a true role model for me and many others. And now I yield to the lady from Jefferson 40.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 40.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the lady from Jefferson 43 for the sacrifices she has made and the strength that she has shown in her service. She's been a steady hand when the path forward was uncertain, and when voices grew divided, she called us back to purpose. I'd like to yield now to the lady from Jefferson 41.
Chair Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 41.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Colonel from Jefferson 43 has never shied away from difficult conversations. She has spoken with courage and conviction, even when it was not easy, especially when it was not easy. I'm proud to call her friend. I now yield to the gentleman from Fayette 45.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Fayette 45.
The lady from Jefferson 43 has mentored and uplifted and inspired so many in this chamber, including myself, as someone to go to. Even though her uniform was different than mine, our values were the same, and her guidance has shaped new leaders, hopefully me among them, and her encouragement has given others the confidence to lead. And I know that her legacy is going to live on in those that she has empowered, both in this chamber and those who will to come to replace us in this chamber. And now I yield to the lady from Jefferson 34.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 34.
Thank you. The lady from Jefferson 43's commitment to justice has been unwavering. She has fought for fairness, dignity, and opportunity for all. She has reminded us that policy is not abstract, it is personal, and that every decision that we make carries real consequences for real people. Now I yield to the lady from Floyd 95.
Chair recognizes the lady from Floyd 95.
The Colonel and lady from Jefferson 43 has shown that strength and grace are not opposites, but partners. She has demonstrated that one can be both fierce and respectful. That example will not be forgotten. Now I yield to the gentleman from Fayette 79.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Fayette 79.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady from Jefferson 43's voice has been a powerful voice for good. It has carried the weight of experience, the clarity of purpose, and the urgency of justice. And it has challenged all of us in this chamber to do better. That is the gift of true leadership. Now I yield to the gentleman from Jefferson 46.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson 46.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have witnessed her resilience time and time again. Through challenges, setbacks, and long days, she never lost her sight of her mission. She remained focused, grounded, and determined. And when her voice elevated, you knew she was doing it for love. Her perseverance has inspired us all. Now I yield to the lady from Franklin 57.
Chair recognizes the lady from Franklin 57.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady from Jefferson 43 has also brought humanity to this chamber. She has shared laughter, wisdom, and perspective. She has reminded us that even in serious work, there is room for connection. That balance has made this body stronger and has made me stronger. Thank you. Now I yield to the lady from Jefferson 38.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 38.
Her departure from this chamber is not an ending, it's a transition. She carries forward the same passion and commitment that defined her work here. And as she brings it to a new stage with an even greater opportunity to serve. As she steps forward to pursue a seat in the United States Senate, we know she will represent with distinction. She will bring the same courage and vision, and she will continue to fight for the people that she has always served. While we will miss her presence in this chamber, we take comfort knowing that her work is far from over. In many ways, it's just a beginning, and the impact she will have will only grow. And that is something that we can all celebrate. I now yield to the gentleman from Jefferson 42.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson 42.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady and colonel from Jefferson 43, your legacy here is secure. It is written in the lives you have touched and the change that you have made. It is reflected in the respect of your colleagues and the gratitude of your constituents, and it will endure long after today. I now yield to the lady from Fayette 76.
Chair recognizes the lady from Fayette 76.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leadership, thank you for your service and for your leadership. Thank you for challenging us to do better and to be better. And thank you for showing us what it means to lead with a purpose. We are all better because of you. And with that, finally, I would yield to the lady from Fayette 75.
Chair recognizes the lady from Fayette 75.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will temporarily yield to Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Oldham, for some remarks before I conclude.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Oldham.
Thank you, lady from Fayette 75. I found myself speaking in unified voice with a group I rarely find myself speaking in unified voice with. But it is an honor to say a few words, and I think it's indicative of, again, those crazy relationships that we talk about that develop in this this chamber. Those are bonds that are rarely reported in the news media. Bonds that are rarely reported on social media. I think that's unfortunate, because I think that the vast majority of people the few people that actually pay attention to what we do here on the floor, I think often think that we are at each other's throats at all times, and that is the farthest thing from the truth, and I think misses the acknowledgement that we all understand that we represent 45,000 people, and we represent them to the best of our possible ability, and we share a lot of mutual respect and admiration for those that represent those interests passionately, even in times when we disagree on policy. I think we acknowledge that each of us are doing the things that we believe are best to move the Commonwealth forward. I still recall the very first time I ever met the lady from Jefferson 43. She probably does not, but she was standing in my office over in the Capitol, the real Capitol, and she had her back turned to me, and I walked in the room, and she turned around, she screams, as she can only scream, and then she hugs me. I was like, who the hell are you? But I've held that memory because lady from Jefferson 43, just know that every time you scream, I feel that hug. But it has been an honor to serve with the lady from Jefferson 43. She has been a pleasure to work with. She has been a courageous and powerful leader that has occupied that chair with grace and with strength. She's an advocate. She's an important voice that will be missed. And while that voice will be missed, we all know that voice will not be silenced. From Jefferson 43, I wish you every success in your next endeavor. I know that few that will decide who will carry the mantle of your party in the Senate race will have any regard for my opinion on the things, but I can tell you that your party can find no better standard bearer to carry the mantle for you. Now I yield back to the lady from Fayette 75.
Chair recognizes the lady from Fayette 75.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader, it's a testament to you. Not only that all of us had something we wanted to say, but that the very leader of this body felt that it was incumbent upon him to say to you what we all believe. You are a woman of grace, of dignity, of power, of conviction, and you are the leader who's carried us through the last 2 years. As you begin your next chapter, please know that you carry with you our admiration, our gratitude, and our support. We wish you strength, success, and continued impact for all of your days, and we look forward to all that you will accomplish. Godspeed to you, Lady of Jefferson 43. I move adoption.
Without objection, so ordered.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk report House Citation 114?
Clerk, please report.
Citation 114, Representative Osborne. Citation of appreciation. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky hereby recognizes and honors Kentucky State Representative Ken Upchurch.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Lincoln for action on the citation.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lincoln.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to talk about a man who spent almost 27 years in this body. He's served 17 of those in the minority. In the last 3 cycles, he's been doing something that most of us try at all costs to avoid, and that is spending time with the Senate in the same room working on budgets. And not just any budget, but on the road budget. That means while the rest of us were driving around complaining about traffic, construction, and the pothole we definitely didn't see, the gentleman from Wayne was the guy that most people don't realize that they can blame for that. Actually, he was the one that was actually trying to fix it the entire time. And for more than 2 decades, the gentleman from Wayne has served in the House with consistency, with patience, and a level of calm that can only come from either deep experience or years of reading road plans until he's achieved that inner peace that he's always needed. And somehow, he made it look easy. Well, actually, most of us know that Kalen's the one that actually made it look easy. And if it's not impressive enough, he didn't just serve in the legislature. He spent most of his adult life trying to figure out what he wanted to be when he grew up. From raising bees and chickens to now sheep farming. And if you didn't know, he's getting ready to do a podcast with John Alexander from Somerset once he gets out of this place this year. And I'm sure that he will do an excellent job with that. There's no telling what's going to be on that show, but we'll all listen in to see what's going to happen. But he's also established a career in insurance. So basically, if something could go wrong in your life, is either the gentleman from Wayne was trying to prevent it, or he'd already had it covered. He paved all of our roads, covered all those. Your homes were covered. Your unexpected disasters were covered. And honestly, the only thing that the gentleman from Wayne has not insured is how we're all going to get along without him over these next few years, and how we're going to get our next good laugh as well. Whether it's a story about texting his brother, who was a Lexington police officer, to pull him over while driving around a carload of his colleagues so he could stage an argument with a cop, and telling him that he would get out of the car and whip his, well, you can use your imagination on that one. Or telling a lady at State Fairgrounds that the senator behind him in the car was paying for his parking while he drove off, as that senator and the parking attendant both were yelling at him and chasing after him. He also taught us a lot on this floor. He taught us that no explanation of bills should take more than 2 minutes before calling the question. And he finally taught the gentleman from Jessamine and the gentleman from Warren when they were freshmen that roosters don't lay eggs. We've had a lot of good times on this floor with the gentleman from Wayne, a lot of good laughs. We spent a lot of good times together and been through a lot, from the minority to the majority, and a lot of the tough things that we've had to deal with, and I'm appreciative of that. For right now, though, I'm going to yield to the gentleman from McCracken to say a few words.
Mr. Speaker, this place is, as I've said many times, family and home. We're both from, we don't live very close to each other, the gentleman from Wayne and I. I never dreamed that this Ballard County boy would ever become such good friends with somebody from Wayne County. I'd never even heard of Wayne County when I got here. But we have served together through thick and thin. His family is like my family. I mean, Jackson still calls me Uncle Rudy. But we're down to just 3 gentlemen from Wayne when you're gone. 3 of us left that lived at the Duck when we were in the minority. And man, we came up with some brilliant ideas to fix the Commonwealth that the gentleman from Russell would tell us to shut up. We only had 40 some odd votes. But man, we had some really good ideas at night. They never came to fruition the next day. But when we shifted from the minority where we had a lot of fun, to the majority, where we had to govern, that was the most impactful thing. Gentlemen, you have played a huge part of fixing Kentucky. And even though our governor likes to take credit for all the things we've done, I know that you have made a lasting impact on the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Kentucky's a better place for your service. And now it's our job, for those of us left behind, not to screw up the good work that you have done. I was very tempted to, for the first time, see if a gentleman would yield to a question during the presentation of a citation. But I'm going to let you off. But I'll tell you what the question was. It's not like this is the first time he's been celebrated for a retirement. That was my question. Would it be the last, or were we going to expect you to come back in 4 years? Mr. Speaker, I yield back to the gentleman from Lincoln.
Gentleman from Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Putting behind all the humor and the hard work of the gentleman from Wayne, behind that is he is a true family man. The gentleman from Wayne is devoted as a husband to Melissa, who deserves special recognition for not only putting up with this man, of course, every day, but all these legislative sessions, for special events, for long hours, and that anyone shouldn't have to endure. We all know that this is a partnership with our families. So if Melissa, if you are listening today or watching this, thank you for sharing it with us all. To his son Jackson, your dad has set a pretty high bar. He's shown what it means to work hard, serve others, and stay grounded through it all. Plus, if you ever want to talk anything exciting with him, you can always talk to him about understanding those infrastructure road funding formulas. But gentlemen, your time in the House has made a real difference. You've helped move Kentucky forward one road at a time. You've done it with humility, dedication, and just enough humor to keep the rest of us sane. You've been one of my closest friends. From the time I came in as a freshman, represented the county with me for 14 years, and the very first one to support me when I decided to run for leadership. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you and I love you. So as you head into retirement, we wish you a whole lot more smooth roads ahead. Although knowing you, the first time you hit a pothole, you're probably going to call us and complain about it. Because some habits are hard to break. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the gentleman from Wayne for his service, his leadership, and proving that all things can be handled with a steady hand and a good sense of humor. Enjoy your retirement, gentlemen. Move adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Whitley for action on a legislative citation.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the clerk please report legislative citation 98 by title only.
Clerk, please report.
Citation 98, Representative Wilson. Citation of achievement. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky hereby recognizes and honors Boston Shelley.
Gentleman from Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to stand and recognize a constituent of mine, Boston Shelley, for his amazing achievements in the sport of archery. So I've known Boston since the day he was born. I've known his father a very long time. His father was an incredible baseball player who played in the statewide all-star game. So I always knew whatever Boston put his mind to, he would be successful. But what he accomplished was 3 national records in the matter of only 2 days at an archery competition. He now holds on the first day he set a new national one-day record score of 593 out of 600. On the second day, he exceeded his own record with 594 out of 600, and that resulted in setting a 2-day national record with a score of 1,187 for the USA Archery Indoor Nationals. So I'm beyond proud of Boston, what he accomplished. It's always incredible to see what these young athletes and young men and women can accomplish on a statewide level. But to see a national record has truly made me proud, and I ask that you all join me in congratulating him, and I move for adoption.
That objection's ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman for Greenup for action on a legislative citation.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Greenup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the clerk to report legislative citation number 108.
Clerk, please report.
Citation 108, Representative Thompson. Citation of achievement. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky hereby recognizes and honors the members and coaches of the Russell High School academic team.
Gentleman from Greenup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the members and coaches of the Russell High School academic team for their phenomenal performance at the 2026 Kentucky Association for Academic Competition State Governor's Cup. This celebrated group of young scholars captured top overall honors for the second consecutive year. In addition to this noteworthy achievement, the team placed first in quick recall, second in future problem solving, and earned several high individual placements in various subject areas. The team has brought tremendous honor and pride to the school and our community with these back-to-back wins. I move adoption of this citation.
That objection's ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Menifee for action on a legislative citation.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Menifee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you please have the clerk report legislative citation 124 by title only, please?
Clerk, please report.
Citation 124, Representative Hale. Citation of commemoration. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky today are hereby recognizes and honors the Hyde Amendment.
Gentleman from Menifee.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, during this 2026 regular session here of the Kentucky General Assembly, we celebrate 50 years ago in the year 1976. There was a congressman by the name of Henry Hyde that had deep conviction and an unwavering moral clarity, and he was able to establish a long-standing policy through legislation that he was able to get passed that prohibited the use of federal taxpayer dollars to fund most of the elective abortions. And this is something that us in the pro-life movement have always been very proud of, and for the last 5 decades, this amendment has stood as a bipartisan amendment that is still effective today. And the legacy of this congressman, former Congressman Mr. Hyde, is one that showed a lot of compassion and dedication to the pro-life movement. And so I would just like to honor him today for his dedicated work 50 years ago as we celebrate this amendment that was passed in 1976, and I move for adoption, sir.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the lady from Nelson for 2 citations.
Chair recognizes the lady from Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I have the clerk call legislative citation 122 by title only?
Clerk, please report.
Citation 122, Representative Massaroni. Citation of adjournment. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky does hereby adjourn this legislative day in loving memory and honor of Donald Lewis Sorrell.
Lady from Nelson.
Thank you. Today I rise to honor the life of a true iconic figure in Nelson County. Donnie Sorrell was a hard-working farmer and one of the original members of the Bardstown Farmers Market. He proudly carried on his father's legacy with the farmers market, but more than that, he was a friend to many, known for his kindness, his stories, and his warm smile. Donnie is now reunited with his beloved wife, Diana. He will be greatly missed. Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. Lady from Nelson.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, may I have the clerk call legislative citation 121 by title only?
Clerk, please report.
Citation 121, Representative Massaroni. Citation of appreciation. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky hereby recognizes and honors Margaret Sims.
Lady from Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor one of my constituents who has been a true community service leader in our community. Margaret has given her time, her energy to helping many in our community. Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption of the citation.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the lady from Metcalf, who has a very important introduction.
She recognizes the lady from Metcalf.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize and thank an outstanding intern who has served in my office this session, Trey Stevens. Trey is a sophomore at the University of Louisville, where he is a McConnell Scholar and serves as Director of Policy for the Student Government Association. A graduate of Adair County High School in Columbia, Trey has already demonstrated a strong commitment to public service. During his time in my office, he has been dependable, thoughtful, and eager to learn, bringing a level of professionalism well beyond his years. Outside of the academic year, he continues that service back home in Columbia, working as the assistant to Mayor Pamela Hoots. Trey represents the very best of the next generation of leaders in the Commonwealth, and I have no doubt he has a bright future ahead. Please join me in thanking Trey for his hard work and dedication this session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Woodford for action on a legislative citation.
She recognizes the gentleman from Woodford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you have the clerk call legislative citation 123, please?
Clerk, please report.
Citation 123, Representative Pfister. Citation of appreciation. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky hereby recognizes and honors Bella Franklin.
Gentleman from Woodford.
Mr. Speaker, in less than a month, communities across the country will mark Click It or Ticket Week, a national campaign by the Highway Safety Administration. However, here in Kentucky, we have an outstanding young leader, Bella Franklin, who is using her role as Miss Western Kentucky's teen as a platform to promote safe driving through her initiative, Buckle Up with Bella. At just 15 years old, Bella is a student at Western Hills High School and balances a 4.0 GPA with an impressive list of activities while serving as a role model to her peers. Last year, thanks to the efforts of the gentleman from McCracken, we passed legislation that allows 15-year-olds to get their driver's permit, granting them more time for practice and to learn safe driving skills. Through education, outreach, and compassion, Bella is helping young people understand that every choice behind the wheel matters. Bella Franklin reminds us that leadership has no age and that one voice can truly save lives. I'd also like to wish Bella the best in her participation in the Miss Kentucky teen pageant. Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Russell for an announcement to the Committee on Economic Development and Workforce Investment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we will be having a special called meeting at 2 o'clock in room 131. It's 2 o'clock, 131. Email has been sent out by staff that has the bills and has the information that you need. So please take note. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members take note. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the lady from Davis for an announcement to the majority.
Chair recognizes the lady from Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority caucus will caucus in the annex in room 346 immediately upon recess.
Members take note. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, we are going to recess for majority caucus, lunch, and then the committee meeting. We anticipate coming back shortly after the committee concludes its work. Mr. Speaker, I move the House would stand in recess till the call of the chair.
Without objection, the House stand in recess till the call of the chair.
House come to order. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bullock 49, the chair of the Enrollment Committee, for an Enrollment Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Enrollment Committee has met and found the following bills to be in order and ready for your signature. Senate Bill 70, Senate Bill 129, Senate Concurrent Resolution 66, and Senate Joint Resolution 74.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair is about to sign Senate Joint Resolution 74. Chair is about to sign Senate Concurrent Resolution 66. Chair is about to sign Senate Bill 129. Chair is about to sign Senate Bill 70. Thank you. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I need to return to the item of business of report of committees.
Without objection, so ordered. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 261, the Economic Development and Workforce Investment Committee has met and reports Senate Bill 261 should pass to rules, an act relating to pedestrian swinging bridges. And Senate Bill 234 with House Committee Substitute 1 and House Committee Amendment 1, the title amendment, should pass to rules, an act relating to the film industry credit.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Those bills having received two previous readings are ordered in possession of the Rules Committee for further action. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk introduce House Resolution 139 and 140?
Without objection, so ordered. Clerk, please report.
House Resolution 139, Representative Decker, a resolution urging the Council on Post-Secondary Education and the Kentucky Department of Education in partnership with the Secretary of State and education entities to develop strategies and a timeline for improving Kentucky students' knowledge and understanding of the constitutional republic of the United States of America and the democratic process specified in the Constitution of the United States. And House Resolution 140, Representative Blanton, a resolution declaring that the Kentucky Supreme Court's opinion and order of April 6, 2026 is unconstitutional.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Resolution 136, 138, 139, and 140 be taken from the Committee on Committees and brought to the House floor.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 261 and Senate Bill 324 be taken from the Committee on Rules and brought and placed in the orders of the day for action today.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Joint Resolution 116 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion's made and seconded that Senate Joint Resolution 116 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage. Clerk, please report.
Senate Joint Resolution 116, a joint resolution directing the University of Kentucky, the University of Louisville, and Eastern Kentucky University to coordinate a search for actionable solutions to physician shortages and to explore and expand healthcare opportunities in medically underserved areas in collaboration with community, state agency, professional associations, and other stakeholders.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move The lady from Davis has filed a floor amendment to Senate Joint Resolution 116 today at the request of the University of Kentucky to add to this bill. She has been in contact with the President of the Senate, who is in full support, but it will require a suspension of the rules in order for us to consider the floor amendment that deals with expressing an interest of the University of Kentucky exploring medical campus in Owensboro. Mr. Speaker, I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of considering floor amendment 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 116.
Motion of the gentleman from McCracken is for suspension of the rules for the purpose of allowing introduction and action on House Floor Amendment 1. Motion is non-debatable, requires a constitutional majority of 51. Those in favor of suspension of the rules for the purpose of allowing action on House Floor Amendment 1 shall vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Roll call is open for your vote. All members supporting suspension of the rules recorded an aye vote. Clerk will take the roll. Means 78 members voting aye. Rules are suspended. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the lady from Davis for explanation of the resolution and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the lady from Davis for explanation of the resolution and a motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only correction I'll go ahead and make to the beginning of that statement from our faithful floor leader was that it has not been constant contact. It has been very minimum contact with the President of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, would you please have the clerk to record House Committee Substitute 1 to SJR?
Clerk, please report.
House Committee Substitute 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 116.
Lady from Davis.
Mr. Speaker, the change in this is very specific to remove the appropriation from this SJR 116 in the committee substitute. So if there's no question specifically on that, I move adoption of House Committee Substitute 1.
Motion is for the adoption of House Committee Substitute 1. Is there any discussion of the committee substitute? Seeing none, those in favor signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. House Committee Substitute 1 is adopted. Lady from Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And please have the clerk record House Floor Amendment 1 to House Committee Substitute 1.
Clerk, please report.
House Floor Amendment 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 116.
Lady from Davis.
Mr. Speaker, this is a direct request of the University of Kentucky. They are looking at the Owensboro area due to the good diligence of the very many members that were on this floor previously and currently with Health Force Kentucky. They've been to Owensboro, they have an interest, and physicians continue to be a shortage, and they want to be able to look at the feasibility of that. And so if there's no questions on House Floor Amendment 1, I guess we've moved adoption for House Floor Amendment 1.
Motion is for the adoption of House Floor Amendment 1. Is there any discussion of the floor amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Campbell, 67, for discussion of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question on the amendment.
She will yield.
And thank you. I'm just reading this quickly. It mentions something about, I just want to clear that this is not appropriating $10 million at this time. It's depending on the results of this study. We may consider $10 million appropriation next year. Is my understanding correct?
Lady from Davis.
Mr. Speaker, yes. In Section 2, number 3, it specifically says, shall consider funding. So after the study is reported back from the University of Kentucky, we will consider funding. But there is no funding in this bill at this point in time or a commitment other than consideration in 2027.
Gentleman from Campbell.
Thank you. And may I ask a follow-up as well?
She will yield.
Yeah, thank you. And just, so we've taken out with the committee sub, we took out the appropriation of the $250,000 to run this study. Are the universities, they're comfortable with funding this internally, or they have the staff to do so? So there is no appropriation whatsoever in this
Lady from
resolution.
Davis.
That is correct. There's no appropriation in this, and my understanding from the President of the Senate that there is a group that is willing to do this study on behalf of the universities and look towards that to report back to us with information on that. So there is no funding in this at this point in time. It just solely kind of puts a marker in there in the event that feasibility come back and we are willing to consider things. And it may be that we consider other things beyond just the specific study of Owensboro. There could be specific studies that come back that we could potentially appropriate in the future.
Gentleman from Campbell.
All right, may I ask just one more follow-up? If
She
you don't
will.
mind. Yeah, thank you. So I'm just trying to, is there an external group identified that's sort of doing this? I just don't understand how this is being funded. There's obviously personnel time involved. Can you help me understand that?
Lady from Davis.
I'm not for certain on that answer, but I believe the President of the Senate has referenced Kentucky Hospital Association has specifically showed an interest in wanting to work on the feasibility of what the shortages are and where they are across our state, and specifically address for our rural communities.
Gentleman from Campbell.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 41 for discussion of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question.
She will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, lady, for this. In your amendment, you have they're going to check on a shortage of, or it says shortage of physicians and other clinicians. Can you delineate who else we're going to be looking at in the provider network in this study, feasibility study?
Lady from Davis.
Specifically with the amendment, physicians were referenced and the potential of pharmacists were the two that University of Kentucky has mentioned to me, but that doesn't mean that it would be limited to that or specifically for those.
Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I speak just briefly?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is important because we do have shortages as far as physicians, as far as pharmacists, nurse practitioners, nurses. I think back when I was first elected 100 years ago, the average nurse was about 47 years old. And I'm sure they've gotten a lot older since then, and there's a huge shortage of nurses throughout the state, throughout the whole country. So I hope they look across the board at all the providers that we just so desperately need in this state, and especially in in urban areas as well, but rural areas as well. And I'm glad to know that I believe it's University of Louisville and maybe UFK are partnering with Owensboro Davis Hospital and sending residents and fellows and people down there to do, I think they call them locum tenens or something like that. So I'm glad to hear that. Can I speak again on the bill briefly, sir?
You still are, ma'am.
I still am. I haven't shut up yet. Okay, let me think what I want to say. So I've heard from some residents and some physicians and some folks that are going through medical school that some of the problems that were experienced in Kentucky are that physicians in training can't get the appropriate training that they need in Kentucky due to our lack or prohibition on women's reproductive health care. And they have to learn certain techniques, certain things with miscarriages, with hormones replacement, and with actually abortion services, which we don't serve anymore in Kentucky. So because they're not learning or able to get these skills at the University of Louisville or University of Kentucky, a lot of trainees are going to other states where they can get these skills and this training, which is necessary to be able to pass their state boards and to be able to become full-fledged physicians, nurse practitioners, probably pharmacists as well. So I think we need to look at some of the things we've done in this state. It's not just Kentucky, it's other states as well that are having physician training shortages due to certain legislative actions that have been taken on services, primarily reproductive health care services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motions for the adoption of House Floor Amendment 1. Those in favor signify by voting aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. House Floor Amendment 1 is adopted. Lady from Davis.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no further questions, I would move that House Joint Resolution 116, as amended by House Committee Substitute 1 and House Floor Amendment 1, be adopted.
Question before the body is passage of Senate Joint Resolution 116, as amended by House Committee Substitute 1 and House Floor Amendment 1. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Knox for discussion of the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak on the measure.
Yes, sir.
Over the years, I've had a lot of contacts from young people in my area who had a desire to go to medical school. They never made it. They weren't accepted. What I'd like to encourage our universities to do is, instead of emphasizing on getting so many from out of state, the percentage, is to take care of our own first. We have a lot of smart kids in my area that are capable of passing. And I think studies are great, but I can tell you right now, a lot of it is held up because of the percentages they're using on dividing our kids from out-of-state kids. So I want to encourage the universities to look at first our kids and our young people who's desiring to be a doctor, a physician, to give them first priority. I don't want to say that publicly because I know there's some people at home that watch this to know that I do the best I can to get them into these professional schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question before the body is passage of Senate Joint Resolution 116, as amended by House Committee Substitute 1 and House Floor Amendment 1. Clerk will sound the chimes. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Roll call is open for your vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. In 96 members voting aye, no members voting nay, Senate Joint Resolution 116 is amended by House Committee Substitute 1 and House Floor Amendment 1 is passed. Lady from Davis.
Mr. Speaker, please have the clerk call House Committee Amendment 1, the title amendment.
Clerk, please report.
House Committee Amendment 1, the title amendment to Senate Joint Resolution 116.
Lady from Davis.
Please move adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. Lady from Davis.
Move for the clincher.
Without objection, clincher is applied. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 66 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion is made and seconded that Senate Bill 66 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 66, an act relating to the operation of a motor vehicle. Senator Storm.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Boyle for explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Boyle for explanation of bill and motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the clerk please report House Committee Substitute number 1?
Clerk, please report.
House Committee Substitute 1 to Senate Bill 66.
Move
Gentleman
adoption.
from Boyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption.
Motion is for the adoption of House Committee Substitute 1. Is there any discussion of the committee substitute? Seeing none, those in favor signify by voting aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. House Committee Substitute 1 is adopted. Gentleman from Boyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 66 updates Kentucky's DUI statutes in several important ways following the 2021 Kentucky Supreme Court's McCarthy case. It makes clear that if a person refuses to submit to a blood test, the fact of this refusal will result in suspension of his or her driver's license by the court at the time of arraignment and if the person is subsequently convicted of DUI, his or her license will be suspended by the Transportation Cabinet. And it also makes clear that the Transportation Cabinet shall maintain records of moving traffic convictions for 10 years, and it adds 3 substances for per se controlled DUI prosecutions. And I'm going to attempt to say those, which might not be a good idea, but those are clonazepam, cyclobenzaprine, and fentanyl. Mr. Speaker, and if there are no questions, I would move passage.
Question before the body is passage of Senate Bill 66 as amended by House Committee Substitute 1. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk will sound the chimes. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Roll call is open for your vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. In 79 members voting aye, 15 members voting nay, Senate Bill 66, as amended by House Committee Substitute 1, is passed. Gentleman from Boyle.
Move the clincher.
Gentleman from Boyle, you do not need the title.
I don't believe I do, Mr. Speaker, but
Without objection, clincher is applied.
thank you.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes, before you come back to you, gentleman from McCracken, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bullet 49, the Chair of the Enrollment Committee, for a report of the busy Enrollment Committee.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The Enrollment Committee has met and found the following bill to be in order and ready for your signature. House Bill 311.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentleman from McCracken.
Those agendas are getting shorter in that committee. Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 98 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Question before the bodies. Motion is that Senate Bill 98 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 98, an act relating to welding safety, Senator Wheeler.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Johnson for explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Johnson for explanation of the bill and a motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 98 is not new to this body. It's been heard time and time and time again, 5 times actually. It's a very good bill. It's simple in many ways. All it does is says if the engineer says that you should have certain certifications or qualifications or follow the AWS standard, then you should do that. It's really about safety more than anything, to ensure that our bridges and our buildings are built properly and for our public to utilize those. Mr. Speaker, could I have the clerk to report floor amendment 4?
Clerk, please report.
Senate floor, or rather House Floor Amendment 4 to Senate Bill 98.
Gentleman from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I yield to the gentleman from Lincoln?
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This floor amendment is very simple. It just takes the bill back to its original intent. I believe that the gentleman from Johnson has done over the past few years and says that this will only apply to state government contracts. That's all the floor amendment does, so I would move for adoption.
Motion is for the adoption of House Floor Amendment 4. Is there any discussion of the floor amendment? Seeing none, those in favor signify by voting aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. House Floor Amendment 4 is adopted. Gentleman from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage of Senate Bill 98 with floor amendment 4.
Question before the body is passage of Senate Bill 98 as amended by House Floor Amendment 4. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk will sound the chimes. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Roll call is open for your vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. In 89 members voting aye, 5 members voting nay, Senate Bill 98 is amended by House Floor Amendment 4 is passed. Gentleman from Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, I move for clincher.
Without objection, clincher is applied. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 324 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion's made and seconded that Senate Bill 324 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 324, an act relating to the film industry credit. Senator Stivers.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the lady from Davis for explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the lady from Davis for explanation of the bill and a motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you have the clerk call House Committee Substitute 1 to Senate Bill
Please
324?
House Committee Substitute 1 to Senate Bill 324.
Lady from Davis.
Move adoption.
Motion is for the adoption of House Committee Substitute 1. Is there any discussion of the committee substitute? Seeing none, those in favor signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. House Committee Substitute 1 is adopted. Lady from Davis.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the film industry, we've talked about that previously. It's passed this floor previously, and it's taken them a little while to get off the ground, but they're doing well. The committee substitute actually adds something to kind of look at the music industry to make sure that that is another item we need to be making sure on the economic development side that we're doing the best we can and remove barriers for any of our wonderful artists throughout the state along with our venues. So if there are no questions, I would move passage of Senate Bill 324 as amended by House Committee Substitute 1.
Question before the body is passage of Senate Bill 324 as amended by House Committee Substitute 1. Is there any discussion? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson 42 for discussion of the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield to one question?
She will yield.
Lady, I just want to clarify, is this the language that includes the carryover for any unspent amount of credit for the previous year?
Lady from Davis.
Yes, sir, that is my understanding.
Gentleman from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 41 for discussion of the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a quick question.
She will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, lady, for this bill. Can you tell me will the film industry be required to spend a certain amount of money or be filming totally within our state and employing our workers, our people here in this state and not bringing in their loads of people from other states?
Lady from Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is that there's different thresholds to include people from Kentucky to participate in this and use and hire locally as far as that goes. That would be the intent, but there's different thresholds of what their actual rewards are for using people within state and what that looks like.
Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you, lady. Can I speak just briefly?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Speaker. I like this bill, and I like promoting Kentucky and seeing movies that have Kentucky bridges and rivers and folks in them. But the concern I have, and I guess I don't see it in this bill, is there a certain cap or a certain amount of people that must be hired before they can get these tax credits? And the concern I would have is they might say, well, we have 2 people out of 100, so we're going to take you to the cleaners. Again, I do like the idea of having credits and bringing the film industry to Kentucky, and we have all seen some movies that they filmed here. In fact, I think one was in Owensboro. So, but I just want to make sure that there are certain guidelines and guardrails that Kentucky folks will be hired, will be used for the catering. I mean, there's lots of side businesses that go along with the film industry, the equipment that's needed, the people that carry around the equipment, and I certainly would hope that we are vigilant on watching over to make sure that that they don't take the tax credits but then bring in their own folks. Thank you.
Question before the body is passage of Senate Bill 324 is amended by House Committee Substitute 1. Clerk will sound the chimes. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Roll call is open for your vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. In 80 members voting aye, 15 members voting nay, Senate Bill 324, as amended by House Committee Substitute 1, is passed. Lady from Davis.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk record the House Committee Amendment 1, the title amendment?
Clerk, please report.
House Committee Amendment 1, the title amendment to Senate Bill 324.
Lady from Davis.
Move adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. Lady from Davis.
Move for the clincher.
Without objection, clincher is applied. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 261 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion's made and seconded that Senate Bill 261 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 261, an act relating to pedestrian swinging bridges. Senator Stivers.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Now I got to get that thought out of my head. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Laurel for explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Laurel for explanation of the bill and a motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My counterpart in the Senate, the gentleman from Clay, or Senator from Clay, we have an issue, and as many counties I think around us probably have. We have these pedestrian swinging bridges that we don't know who owns them anymore. The county doesn't own them, city doesn't own them, private property says they don't own them. So all this bill, it's a simple bill, 7 pages long, all it does is it allows the city, the county, the state to put money towards the maintenance and the upkeep of these pedestrian swinging bridges. It is permissible, it's not a mandate, and yeah, that's what the bill does. A lot of tourism involved. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'd move passage of Senate Bill 261.
Question before the body is passage of Senate Bill 261. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk will sound the chimes. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Roll call is open for your vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. In 93 members voting aye, 3 members voting nay, Senate Bill 261 is passed. Gentleman from Laurel.
Move clincher.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Samara, you ready? Mr. Speaker, I yield to the lady from Grayson.
Chair recognizes the lady from Grayson.
May I introduce my intern, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sophia Stover is a native of Hardin County, Kentucky, and a graduate of Central Hardin High School. She is currently a junior at the University of Louisville, majoring in history and minoring in political marketing. She has wanted to work for the General Assembly in some capacity ever since serving as a House page nearly 10 years ago. She has thoroughly enjoyed her time as an intern and having the opportunity to take a closer look at Kentucky's legislative process. In the future, she plans to pursue a law degree, specifically, I think, family law, and practice in our wonderful Commonwealth. Sophia Stover has been a joy to have as in my intern this session, and I want to thank her for all the work she has done to make the 18th District of Kentucky and the Commonwealth a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from McCracken. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Rockcastle for action on a resolution. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Rockcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please have the clerk report House Resolution 136?
Clerk, please report.
House Resolution 136, a resolution recognizing April 28th, 2026 as Pay It Forward Day.
Gentleman from Rockcastle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2026 marks the 10th anniversary of Dwight Sears serving as Team USA Kentucky Ambassador for Global Pay It Forward. Over the past decade, this initiative has grown from inspiring more than 12 million acts of kindness on a single day to reaching 85 countries across 6 continents, reflecting its expansion into a truly global initiative. Our hope is to create a ripple effect that continues throughout the remaining 364 days of the year. Morgan Freeman had to quote, "How do we change the world? One random act of kindness at a time." Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Hopkins for action on a resolution. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you have the clerk report House Resolution 134?
Clerk, please report.
House Resolution 134, a resolution recognizing April 18th, 2026 as National Line Worker Association Day.
Gentleman from Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the lights go out in a home, a hospital, or a factory, everything stops. But for Kentucky's line workers, that's when their work begins. Today I rise in support of House Resolution 134, recognizing April the 8th, 2026 as National Line Worker Appreciation Day in Kentucky. From the smallest rural substation to our largest industrial corridors, every part of the Commonwealth depends on the men and women who build, maintain, and restore the electrical system that powers our modern life. When severe weather strikes, when tornadoes tear through communities, and when ice and snow and wind bring down lines, line workers don't run from the danger, they run towards it. These are highly skilled professionals. Kentucky's electrical utilities rely on line workers to train extensively and operate under rigorous safety standards. Their professionalism has been proven time and time again when storms have left communities across the Commonwealth in urgent need of restoration. But their service is not limited to emergencies. Every day they maintain our infrastructure, expand service to growing areas, and help ensure the reliability of the grid that powers our homes, schools, hospitals, manufacturers, and small businesses. Through House Resolution 134, this body recognizes their essential workers and expresses our deep appreciation for their courage, their skill, their service to the people of Kentucky. We have become accustomed that when we flip on a switch, we expect the power to come on. Today is about recognizing the people who make that possible. I respectfully ask for this, that we move for adoption, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken. Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Resolution 15 be brought from the Committee on Committees to the House floor. Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Jefferson 29 for action on a legislative citation. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson 29.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you have the clerk report legislative citation 106 by title only?
Clerk, please report.
Citation 106, Representative Chris Lewis, citation of celebration. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky hereby recognizes and honors Whitefield Academy in Louisville, Kentucky.
Gentleman from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we celebrate an extraordinary milestone, 50 years of faith, learning, and community at Whitfield Academy. For half a century, this school has shaped not only minds, but character, preparing generations of students to lead with integrity, serve with compassion, and pursue excellence in all that they do. To the teachers, past and present, who have poured their hearts into every classroom, to the families who have trusted this mission, and to the students who carry its legacy forward, you are the story of these 50 years. And I congratulate Whitfield Academy on 50 years. Move adoption, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Jefferson 33 for action on a House resolution.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson 33.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask the clerk to report H.R. 15, please.
Clerk, please report.
House Resolution 15, a resolution recognizing May 2026 as Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis Awareness Month. Representative Nemes.
Gentleman from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. ALS is something that is a terrible disease, and we're learning more and more about it. We have a great hospital in Rockcastle County that does great work for vent patients, a number of them with ALS. This is something that is near and dear to my heart because I have a couple friends with this syndrome or this condition, and I want to recognize it May as ALS Awareness Month. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the lady from Franklin for action on a citation.
Chair recognizes the lady from Franklin.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, would you please have the clerk report legislative citation 127 by title only?
Clerk, please report.
Citation 127, Representative Hancock. Citation of adjournment. The House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Kentucky does hereby adjourn this legislative day in loving memory and honor of Joseph Patrick Hancock, Sr.
Lady from Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Joseph Pat Hancock, a man who meant so much to his family, his community, and to me. Pat wasn't just someone you knew, he was someone you felt. His presence, his laughter, the way he made people feel welcome, it stayed with you. And for me, this is personal. I learned so much from him. Truly everything I know about what it means to run a business, to be a leader in your community, I learned from my father-in-law, Pat. But more than that, he taught me hard work, hospitality, how to water ski, how to love the water, and how to pass that love on to our children. That's who he was. He didn't just teach those things, he lived them. I saw it in our family, in our home, and in the way he welcomed everyone, whether you'd known him for years or just met him that day. And if you want to picture my father-in-law, Pat, you can picture him on the Kentucky River, captaining the little rascal with his family close by, teaching the next generation, and making sure there was always room for one more on the boat. He loved his family deeply, a husband, a father, a brother, probably most importantly, a papa, and the center of so many lives. My father-in-law, Pat, passed on March 17th, St. Patrick's Day. But what he gave to all of us doesn't leave with him. And I'll just say this. I am better because of him. My family is better because of him. And if we all lived a little more like Pat Hancock, more generous, more welcoming, and more willing to make room for others, this world would be a whole lot better place. I move for adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the lady from Shelby for action on a resolution.
Chair recognizes the lady from Shelby.
Mr. Speaker, could I have the clerk report House Resolution number 139?
Clerk, please
By
report.
title only.
House Resolution 139, Representative Decker. A resolution urging the Council on Post-Secondary Education and the Kentucky Department of Education, in partnership with the Secretary of State and education entities, to develop strategies and a timeline for improving Kentucky students' knowledge and understanding of the Constitutional Republic of the United States of America and the democratic process specified in the Constitution of the United States.
Lady from Shelby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 139 to dramatically strengthen the understanding Kentucky students have of the United States Constitution and the foundational principles upon which our constitutional republic rests. Currently, federal law mandates that every educational institution that receives any federal funding hold an educational program on the United States Constitution on September 17th every year. Yet far too many of our students graduate without a meaningful grasp of their God-given rights, their civic responsibility, or the critical principles of limited government that protect our liberty. One commonly cited estimate is that nearly 90% of the schools fail or ignore this requirement. Many treat it as optional, and this is not a minor shortfall. It is a serious threat. When young Americans lack a solid understanding of the Constitution, public confidence in our institutions erode, and our capacity for self-government itself is placed at risk. House Resolution 139 calls on the Kentucky Department of Education and the Council of Post-Secondary Education, in partnership with the Secretary of State, to conduct a review of current civic education efforts, to develop strategies and a clear timeline for meaningful improvement, to ensure that Constitution Day is not treated as a mere box to be checked, but as a day of genuine focus and inspiration, and that the study of our Constitution is woven into the curriculum throughout the entire year. This resolution further requires a progress report to be delivered to the Legislative Research Commission by October 1st, 2026, so we can hold ourselves, our state, accountable for real results. Mr. Speaker, teaching the Constitution is not a partisan issue. It is a fundamental American duty. A generation that truly knows and cherishes this founding document will be better equipped to defend our freedoms, uphold the rule of law, and sustain the greatest experiment in self-government the world has ever known. For the future of Kentucky and the future of our republic, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Resolution 139.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time all session, I believe, I move to suspend the rules to grant floor privileges to special guests.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from McGoffin.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from McGoffin.
What's the resolution number? None. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me this afternoon to welcome our 2026 Legislative Security Detail. These men come from across the state. They work various positions, and they come up here while we're in session, and they provide security for us while we're here. And they do an excellent job. I'm very proud of them. I may be a little biased, Believe it or not, I used to fit in one of those uniforms. So very proud. We have our full-time folks, Sergeant Joshua Brashears, Trooper Mark Treadway, Trooper Scott Doyle. Also on the detail this year is Trooper Richie Baxter, Trooper Jared Beachchamp, Trooper John Best, Trooper Bubba Bakken, Trooper Joshua Collett, Trooper Brett Coombs, Trooper Joseph Filiatro, Trooper Jordan Gravis, Trooper John Hoskins, Trooper David Jones, Trooper Trevor Sharp, Trooper Nathan Shortridge, Trooper Ryan Sizemore, Trooper Matt Smith, and Trooper Elliott Young, along with our Legislative Security Specialist Rick Devers and Matt Scott. Mr. Speaker, actually a couple of these guys worked for me at one time when I was post commander, so very proud of them, very proud to see them here. They do an outstanding job. Their conduct is always professional, as I would expect nothing less of our troopers here, and I just wanted to take a minute to thank them for what they do here. After we finish, they're going to go back to their daily positions out at post and special offices that they're assigned to throughout the Commonwealth to continue what they do each and every day. And I wanted to take a minute to honor them and welcome them and introduce them to you. So would you join me in welcoming them and thanking them this afternoon?
Thank you, gentlemen.
We don't have a question. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
I thought they had a resolution. They were just introducing.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Bell for an announcement to the Committee on Appropriations and Revenue.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Upon recess, the House Standing Committee on Appropriations and Revenue will meet in Annex Room 129. Thank you.
Members take note. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, encourage the members not to tarry or drift off too far, for we fully anticipate shortly after the Committee of Appropriations and Revenue, we shall return to the floor to continue action. But with that said, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House shall stand in recess until the call of the chair.
Without objection, the House stand in recess to the call of the chair.